In this 9th lesson, I will be sculpting her puffer or bubble jacket and running nCloth simulation tests to see how well the puffer jacket performs under pressure. If you are only interested in the simulation part of this lesson, feel free to jump to the nCloth simulation section with the lesson chapters. Initially, this was the primary reference for the bubble jacket. I really liked the silhouette, but taking a look at some supplementary reference, I realized that this jacket here has a very beautiful design. The profile is great in all views, and it has a good amount of detail that is worth sculpting. I think this is a more challenging sculpt to attempt than this one. Both of these fits have really good designs, but one of them is significantly more successful with its silhouette. So its silhouette and primary forms are really nice. And this one, I really like the tertiary forms and also its silhouette and profile. You're going to see me shoot for this silhouette, but go here to get my sculpt detail for this rubber. When I look down here, this arm in particular has a really nice silhouette that breaks up these sections, and I'm really going to try to recreate this. One challenge I have is that my character is in a T pose, but every once so often I'll stop in the middle of sculpting and try to bring the hands down and just see what I have. Another thing I'm going to try to do this time around is to refrain from doing a lot of crease sculpting detail at high subdivision levels, because I think it makes for some muddy results. I'm going to try this approach where I keep all this crease sculpting at a fairly medium resolution so that it stops me from getting too fine with the sculpting, right? I just want to be able to block out these secondary forms at a medium resolution and keep them as my final, and then maybe go to the high subdivision level and apply a contrast to make them pop a little bit more. It's going to be somewhat of an experimental approach. In the previous lesson, you saw me use simulation to draft my creases. And in the next lesson in this series, where I will be dealing with his baggy hoodie and sweatshirt, I will be doing some more simulation in ZBrush. But for this particular asset, I'm going to be sculpting it by hand. I think this is worth practicing, and I think I'll come out of it with a lot of skills that are worth having as a sculptor. All right, let's get into ZBrush and get started. I have a latex jumpsuit active, and I'm going to start blocking out the sleeves with cylinders. So I'm going to append a cylinder. I'm going to move it and create what will be the wrist, the part of the jacket that drapes over the wrist. Just a little bit larger. Looks like I had it at the wrong angle. Start here. Before I scale it down, I'm going to duplicate to create the first section. I have to be very careful because the next section lies right on the shoulder. It's pretty big. There are 4 compartments, but depending on how well things work, I might end up with 3. One thing I really like is how this compartment is at somewhat of an angle, but this one stops at the elbow. So I'm going to turn off the latex jumpsuit temporarily. Try to make sure I'm at the elbow. And one thing about these things is they do taper. Let's grab the move tool and get my deformer. Reduce the amount. And just scale this down to taper because they are tapering. To the tip. except that there's a big overlap here. I'm gonna do the same thing here. Lower the deformer, reduce the count in the center, and taper. The one closest to the torso does not taper like that. It's more open-ended like this. One thing I want to be careful about is to make sure that the seam line that separates the sleeves from the torso does not sit directly on her shoulder. It needs to be down closer on her humerus so that when the hands come down, this section is lower directly on the shoulder. So it does look like I might end up having to settle with just doing 3, and I'm okay with that as long as it's not a bad silhouette. I think take those scales down a bit. And these offsets are intentional. I want to get this really nice look that I'm seeing in the reference. Let me turn off dynamic. Move this down a bit. And just to help visualize the whole thing, I am going to mirror and weld. So I can extract the rest of the stuff that I need. Turn on a latex jumpsuit. Okay, now I'm going to get this torso region. I'm going to isolate her body and start painting a mask. It's a really fairly simple one. Okay, something to mold. So I'm going to go extract. It's a little too thin. So I'll go 0.002. Okay, that's a good place to start. I'm going to isolate the outer shell, delete hidden, and dynamesh down. Sorry, Z remesh to come up with a fairly low polygon piece to manipulate. Okay, from the front. Remove this thing. From the front, it does look really square-like. And then in profile, go for that upside down triangle. Well, that triangle that is looking really appealing. That's helping me to see how off this might be. Okay, now in profile, I want that triangle. Maybe underestimating how wide it's going to be. Turn on transparency and make sure that the shoulder line, I want it to be down the humerus. Where this seam line is going to be is considerably down, farther down than the humerus. Turn on double for now, so I can see this better. I want to simplify these pieces a little bit. I'm going to go down and zero mesh them. At significantly lower subdivision levels. There's too much detail I'm pushing around. And I really want to get this silhouette first. Next thing I'm going to add, just so I can visualize this thing better, is the neck. I will also remesh this number. Okay. And here and weld. And it does follow an angle, it has a particular angle. Yeah, it's about that high. I do want her to be able to, it just sits right underneath the chin. I'll have many opportunities to change this further down, but for now, just have it sit there. Reduce the smoothing so I don't obliterate these really low resolution pieces too much. And, okay. Turn off poly frame so I can. I'm going to turn on poly paint on all of them just so they have the same tone and it's easier to visualize what's going on, like that. So you can see that. This thing is going to have a very unique way in which the nCloth settings are going to be set up to allow it to behave like a bubble jacket. I'm going to rely on the inflate settings to allow it to really behave like have that inflatable feel as it simulates. That's a good starting point. I'm gonna try to maintain that triangular feel. It's a big part of the profile, and I really want to capture it, if not even exaggerate it a lot more. There's also something about the back showing more than the front that makes it look cool. Let me see if it's actually gonna work. If I was to rotate this like that. Yeah, so that when you're looking at her from the front, you can kind of see the back. I think that's in the first silhouette. And it looks cool, so I'll try to capture it here. It's a cool angle. In order to stop this thing from trying to preserve its original topology, which stems from her torso resurface, I'm going to dynamesh it one more time at this new shape, and that should give me some new polygons to work with. Actually, I'm gonna do that, and I'm gonna solo this and activate. Let me duplicate this and get it out of here. Actually, just get it out of here first and then duplicate it. And then grab the Z pressure guide, and with symmetry on, force it to follow a certain topological flow. Make it just slightly easier to get the bubble that I'm looking for. For the back here, I'll just do one. This just to let it know. Prefer a straighter resurface like that. Okay. So with that, if I go Z remesh, yeah, it tries to keep it more planar. And that's just a little bit easier to work with. So this is a starting silhouette. I like the angle, it's not bad, but definitely going to step back and look at this and see what the best next course of action is. First, I'm gonna prepare the silhouette as best as I can. I'm trying to see if it's better for it to also be a triangle, or if it should just be straight down. It's hard to tell because the reference isn't, everyone has their hands down in all the reference, so it's a little hard to tell. But yeah, I'm going to monitor this and see how to proceed. I will run a simple polish. That was aggressive. Yeah, polish white features preserves the edges just a little bit better. The shoulder feels underdeveloped, especially in the back. Yeah. Let me take the build-up brush and start trying to get that puffy feel here. And while I'm at it, I'm also going to try to push this a little bit more and overemphasize that overlap of the body into the arm. I really like the way it looks. And it's a thing that you can take advantage of now with all this simulation for 3D models. Back in the day, you would have to kind of keep it at an intelligent place for skinning. This section that's tapering in, I did put down at the bottom of the video that that's not actually what I'm seeing, but it's actually straight. It's more, both edges are more parallel to each other than angled out like this. But this makes for some nice design. I think ultimately when this is welded into one piece, I'll see if it looks good when it's tapering outward like that. It's a good breakup, and I am also considering doing some asymmetry at this primary stage, but I'll see about that when it's all together. I'll see if I should make some additional changes to take away this symmetrical feel. Maybe the symmetry is good and maybe it's not. We'll see. And also this thing definitely gonna have a zipper, but I'm going to make it an asset that she can have zipped or open, like the first reference, the first master reference. So I want both options, and I can accomplish that with some cool constraints, nCloth constraints. Can't lose the puffiness of this thing. It's really puffy. And I find that this will be tailored more so to suit her. Because she has a big head, from the front, you can tell the neck or the opening of the neck has to spread out or taper outward. And I've also made this choice to not bring it all the way down. I might end up making it shorter depending on what looks good with all the other fits, because there are a handful of fits here. It's the latex jumpsuit. This is the ribbed unitard, and then the athletic pants. To see what is working the best. So one of the things that I realize is that one of the things that makes this cool, that profile silhouette cool, is that straightness of the base. So I'm going to realign this. I'm going to put all these in a folder so I can make a comparison. Duplicate the folder. Just hide the original. So I'm going to go back to that straight result. The other thing too is that the triangle shape is overemphasized because the character's hands are down. So I don't think that when the hands are raised, that this triangle is going to be as emphasized. I think the hands are pushing it down and forcing it to poke out front and back. So I'm going to de-emphasize that this shape a little bit to prepare for that during simulation. So naturally, when our hands come down and collide, it will create this triangle shape. And if I'm wrong, it's very easy to reshape it into a default pose that I prefer. But I think I'm going to stick with this. And the other thing is I may have underemphasized how thick these are going to be, especially if I'm going with the silhouette of the first image. So this is going to be significantly thicker. Scale it just a little bit from local symmetry from the core. You have it. I have to be very careful. This stylized character has a particular build that will impact how this thing drapes. If I hit transparency, that's where the head of her humerus is. So rotation is going to happen from here. So I have to be very careful of how it impacts the attire. I'm going to do a short little test by merging folder to get a copy, and then selecting and make sure symmetry is on. Selecting what I believe will be part of what goes down to the side when the character's hands come down. Inverting, and we turn up so back to transparency, and then try doing a rotation from where the rig would rotate. So right there. Okay, so if it came down like this, it would collide with these sides and push this out in the profile even further. Okay, so what that lets me know is I want to be mindful with how wide I'm making it. You might want to tone down the wideness just a little bit. I think it'll still look cool, but definitely want to tone it down a bit. Hide this test, bring everything back. Tone it down a bit. Give myself some cushion. Yeah. It's slightly better. Run another test. Turn on transparency. Make sure I'm at the right swivel point. Let's be careful because the head of the humerus, I think it might be a little further down. Actually, might need to go visit some of my anatomy motion reference to see exactly where, but I think I'm in the right vicinity. Okay, this will be reasonable. Another thing I have to try to visualize is how this torso area is going to react. So I'm going to undo till I get my mask back, invert the mask, and then start smoothing this as if it was pushed down. But if it's pushed down, then now I need to pull out this triangle shape to signify that it's being compressed and it's stretching out in the profile. So I'd have something like this, which is very extreme, which is what this fit is. For all the reference of people wearing it, it is pretty wide bubble jacket. Still with that. And it definitely wouldn't be this sharp. It would be a lot softer, significantly softer transition. So yeah, this is the kind of behavior to expect from this thing. I think this is a good test. I'm just going to leave it on the side and delete the previous one. So this is going to be an intrusion. This is about a good point. And I'm gonna try to straighten it a bit along the normals. Yes, I have like a nice straight line like a chart. And I think this might be a suitable line for the next one. Go to the back, yeah. I'm gonna put edge loops around them just so I can keep track of them and also so I can push them in. I'll right click and add insert single edge loop. So that's what it is by default, and I'll put an edge loop there and I'll put another one here, but I actually don't like. And then I'll put another one here and over there. With this one, I'll just move it up. I do need to put one here. So I'm doing that to grab my Damien standard and start pushing this in. This is start hinting at that bubble recession. Helps sell the bubble. So in order to even out, I do think I'm going to extend the length just a little bit more. Move this down so you get fairly even compartments. And then I'm going to converse with the Damien standard and pull this out just a little bit, just to emphasize the bubble part, or the extruded part. Make sure these are. Right now, my main focus is tackling the silhouette and make sure that this thing is successful. It has a successful design. I'm gonna add one more edge loop here. Okay. And then I'll pull this out. Do the same here. May have made that middle compartment a bit too large. I need to go up. Put an edge loop here. Pull it out. Okay. It's good. It's becoming very clear to me that I have to take charge of this silhouette and bake in a good design, specifically this torso region. I have to bake in a good design that I can count on as the default. For the front, I realized that coming down, tapering down like this is cool. And with this bubble jacket, it does look good with this poking out, the last section poking out like that. From the profile, I already have a really good reference to guide me, but it's this bottom side does need to really be emphasized. Definitely need to keep pushing in these recessed areas. Yeah, to get like a very clear silhouette change. That's a very important part of this design. And I have to also, well, it's not necessarily extended to the front of it. I have to be careful there because there's a zipper coming in here. So then I need to be able to connect this to a flatter panel that the zipper can go on. And even in the reference, the front is not that bubbly. So I'm gonna reserve that for the back side and just exaggerate it there. And then this front looks like that. Yeah, that looks cool. Tapers down like this, and then there's a plain break and another plain break. These are visible plain breaks that I have to pay attention to. The neck turned out fine. This is how big her head is. I do have to accommodate by pushing it further into the jacket, but yeah, I think this is a good design to bake in. This back side here to make sure that that's what the fabric is supposed to sell there. And then over here, I realize that this is a little emaciated, so I'm going to build it up. It just doesn't feel right. Yeah, this thing is really swollen acid. Turn off dynamic. Continually pushing that triangle shape, even though I have to be careful. As I mentioned, it's an effect that should be more emphasized when the hands come down during simulation. So as much as I want it, I have to be careful not to go too far. Over here when the hands are up, but it looks cool. I like that stair stepping effect. And if I was to inspect the silhouette, it looks good. I like the way the front looks. Front looks good. Profile looks good. Very nice. And yeah, it's working. The hands will be next to deal with. It's now time to start finalizing the silhouette of the hands, like I've done the torso. There is something here that makes me feel like this should be shorter, so I'm going to deal with that first. Just want the compartments to match each other. I'm going to go down a little bit and keep changing it as we start extruding it and creating its real volume. This thing has to have the actual real physical shape that it has even on the inside, because that's going to impact how it collides, how it does self-collision, and actually how it collides even with the torso to produce the correct result. So on the inside, I'm going to have to figure out what is supposed to go on behind these bubble jackets. I'm going to take, I'm going to leave this wrist out. I don't want to deal with it right now. I'm going to deal with these sections. Put them out. Put them in a new folder. And I should have all of them. If I merge folder, yeah, that should be all three of them. I'm gonna start with keep this silhouette. I'll duplicate that. Dynamesh the result. And then almost immediately Z-remesh it at a low value. Okay, that might have been too low. So I'm going to go with something higher. 1K. All right, this is a very good starting point. I'll take it. I will work on them as a collective for a while, and then I will turn off symmetry and start making one side have its unique detail. It's time to start creating the structure of each of these pieces, and it's also time to weld the entire thing together so I can start doing the sculpting. I'm going to take this wrist geometry and start molding it more because it's not its final form. I'll turn on local symmetry and scale it so that it wraps around the wrist a lot better. And I'm going to move it up a bit so it drapes around her arms correctly. This piece is not going to be welded to the entire jacket. There's a nice occluded overlapping feel that I don't want to lose. I want it to be overemphasized, so I'm going to keep them separate pieces. This is what I'm talking about. You notice how this over here is a huge overlap. When you start welding something like this together, eventually you're going to start getting, it's going to lose the whole as it tries to weld the pieces together. So the occlusion rendering won't register correctly, because you'll find that it's a lot harder to sell this occluded crevice when both pieces are the same. You'll find yourself digging with the Damien standard brush to create a deep hole, and you will never be able to do a better job than actually having this piece separate from this piece and then them working together to create the occluded area. And it's also significantly different as far as the detail. When I do create the mesh that's going to be the proxy that nCloth uses to control this, it will be one singular mesh, right? And these pieces will be skin wrapped to it or proximity wrapped to it. So basically what I'm saying is that the simulatable mesh will be one solid connected mesh, but this one will have a separate piece for the wrist, the jacket, the zipper, and more than likely the zipper panels. All right, the first thing I'm going to create a thickness for is this wrist here. I'm also going to bring this folder down. It contains all the parts. And I'll put the sleeve into it. Make sure everything is here. 1, 2, 3, 4. Those are the major pieces. So take this, solo it, and I will group by normals. I'll reduce the number so that it isolates these surfaces that I want to get rid of. And I can delete hidden. Actually, let me duplicate this folder first so I can have a copy of it. And I'm going to go delete hidden. I wonder if I should take away this lip. Let me group visible and extrude it to test how well it's going to extrude. So I'll right click, go extrude all polygons, and just do an intrusion. Flip it. Okay, that does look weird. Look at this piece again. I think I could lose the additional lip. I'll just select the middle polygons and grow selection. Yeah, I'm gonna do a double. Okay, so I think that's everything. And this edge is what I don't want, so I'll delete hidden. Now group visible and do another extrusion. Flip. Yeah, that's a more along the lines of what I'm looking for. The next thing I want to do a thickness for is this piece. But before I do that, I'm going to start carving in this part a little bit that sits around the wrist. I want to be sculpted heavily, but I just want to start getting a good initial shape to start working. I'm going to pull these out a bit to get that swelling. Okay, so all right, so that's good. And I'm doing that because I want to duplicate this, keep it. So I'm also going to get rid of the parts that I don't need. So I can do an extrusion. So it's mostly these innards. Okay, I think these pieces are not symmetrical, so I need to start there, make sure that I mirror and weld to make sure initially they are symmetrical, so that these selections make sense. And I think maybe a smarter way to go about these selections is to select this central region. And then start shrinking. Yeah, this might be the way. That one is good. Let me group visible initially just to get these. And I think, actually let me auto group to make sure they have different UVs, and then I'll solo, because I think this one, the growth is good. So I can go like that and delete hidden. And then I can go back here and keep shrinking until I get this. So I can group visible. And that should be the internal region that I want to delete. Let's confirm that. And delete hidden. But I think I could mirror and weld to get the changes to the other side. And that should be good. So I will group visible. Take a look at this again before I do this extrusion. Make sure that this is working. I think I could lose this lip. Another easy way to do it is to go to Z Modeler, right click, and go polygroup, polyloop, group that. Then I should be able to right click, delete, polyloop, just delete that. So the modeling tool also works pretty well to help you. And I might want one more. I think I could just go right click, delete, polyloop without polygrouping them. Yeah, that works too. Okay, it's time to extrude this thing. Sure, right click, go extrude. And then I push this in. It's about, I want to say a reasonable thickness, but I want to push a little bit more. And to be very careful with this inside part. Okay, that doesn't look good. Okay, there's some geometry error here. Let me try to repair that. Re-emphasize that after the extrusion. It is very important that this thing simulate a realistic thickness for the sake of simulation. That's why I have to go above and beyond to make sure I'm getting tangible geometry that actually represents what this surface is actually going to be. So this is about going to be that thick. Maybe even more. Okay, so now that I've established a thickness I like, I have to come in here and make sure that this muddiness is repaired. So I'm gonna start smoothing this out just to get it to separate. I want to turn on back face on smooth tool. Actually, that makes it misbehave. I won't do that. Okay. So there's the edge, the insides, which is pretty good. And so I think this is about a good thickness. So that's for the hands. And before I start dealing with the torso, giving it its thickness, I'm gonna deal with the neck. So I'll go solo, group by normals. That's perfect. So I can isolate this, delete hidden. I'm gonna do an extrusion. Flip, and that is a reasonable thickness considering the fact that her face is there. Yeah, and any additional thickness I can do manually. I'm gonna solo it and try to make it thicker. I'll turn on back face masking and pull this out a bit to really give it that thickness that I'm seeing in the reference. So that's fairly thick. Add some of that thickness to the outsides. Okay, and the last thing to extrude thickness for is this body part, but to do that, to make sure that its hole is flush with the neck part. I'm gonna hide the head. Okay, I think that's all I need to do. Just hide the head and potentially some of these dreads and just move it till it's fairly flush. Okay, so that is about good. Make some minor adjustments here, but I'll be tweaking this a lot, so actually it's going to be welded fairly shortly, so won't be that much tweaking. Yeah, so this is good, and it's time to extrude this to final thickness. So let me extrude all polygons. About that much. Yeah. And I didn't mention, but the in-yards are also, I'm gonna have to sculpt the detail on the inside to creases on the inside because this thing can open. So it's gonna be a fair amount of work. I'm going to add an edge loop here and then pull it out. So I'll go insert single edge loop, and I'll use the Daniel standard to pull it out. There's a separation. The inside color is also going to be different at shading. I'm going to have varying shading options, but I collected reference for the inside of a bubble jacket, and this is kind of what I'll be shooting for. So the inside has to be sculpted. It'll probably be a different color, and it looks like there's a paneling here too that I have to pay attention to. This is the main reference. Even this one where the color is the same, this sculpt data, and then there's a separation. So I might go with that. These two are the main guides. Okay, so this is good, but I have to make sure it's going to connect with the thickness of the arm well. So to do some smoothing to minimize the thickness around this connecting point. Well, good. Pull it out. All right. So that's everybody with a thickness ready for welding. It's now time to weld these pieces into a singular mesh. Make sure it makes sense from the inside, and then work on creating the separation for the zipper. I want to get all that stuff done before I start the sculpting. So I'm going to merge this folder. It should give me a copy of it. It looks like I have some issues to fix. So I'll delete that. Go back here, make sure double is off so that I can make sure the normals are pointing in the right direction. Check here too, that's fine, and so is that. So now I can merge folder, get a finished copy. Actually, there is another thing I do have to fix. Here, there's a lot of gaps. There's some gaps between the torso and the arms. I'm about to run a merge operation, so I want to make sure I don't give Dynamesh a difficult time processing holes. Okay, so that's good. I go merge folder. And now with this piece, all I have to do is Dynamesh. I think 128 should be fine. Dynameshing at 128. So I'll do, let me check the insides of this thing. Yeah, this might be, pair this before I worry about Dynameshing. Let me delete this again and focus on making sure this is clean. Actually, I could keep it merge folder, and I could, let me auto group the whole thing, isolate the neck, invert, so I can have access to fix this and not impact. Hide that so just okay, that should be enough moving to make it flush. I think it's good now. All right, so I will duplicate this, dynamesh it, only to turn it into a singular mesh. And then almost immediately return it back to a manageable poly count so that I can shape this thing better. All right, so I'm going to duplicate this. I'm going to call this the dynamesh. And then remesh the whole thing at 5K. Hopefully preserves my entire silhouette at 5K. It gives me something I can continue altering. Yeah, it's good. 5K is a lot. I think I'll take it. I think 5K is okay. Most importantly, it has a very nice separation here in the center, which I can use to extract the zipper. Emphasizing some of these things some more. That's not good. Let me close holes. Group visible. And I really should be on the inside, inspecting the inside, making sure it's tangible mesh on the inside. There's no reason for the inside of the sleeves to be complex. It shouldn't have any creasing whatsoever. Make simulation tough. But the inside of the torso part does need sculpting and data because this thing can be open. So when it spreads open, you're going to be able to see all the way in. So I might put some data here, like some seams and some creases here, because we might be able to see the inside of this sleeve when the jacket is open, but for the length of the arm, there's not too much detail. All I care about for the inside of the sleeve is how the correct thickness that will allow it to behave correctly when it's colliding and simulating with itself. Right. When she bends her arm, don't want this thing to behave incorrectly. That might occur from it being too thin, and I made a mistake. I was not supposed to weld this into the overall piece, but I think I'll keep it, it's fine. I just have to be very careful with my sculpting. I was gonna keep it a separate piece though. Start softening some of these areas. And the innards too. Definitely think I would require another remesh at a lower subdivision level. Or maybe not. This could be the lowest subdivision level. Yeah, I think so. I think this could serve as the lowest. Let me check this neck transition into the torso. Make sure that's also clean. This bottom side, what I'm expecting to see is more tapering to a peak. Gonna be a separator there that separates the inside from the outside. These will be the beginnings of it. Some kind of a seam. I don't know if I'm gonna put like a lip. It's like seam detail, the innerts. Anyway, I think that the next thing I'm gonna focus on is getting the zipper compartment separation. That's really important. And then I can have the final piece that I take to completion. Start the sculpting process. All right, so the zipper compartment, I think this thickness is suitable. Let me duplicate this and keep the original. I'm going to add an edge loop that's going to help me to so I'll right click on one of these edges and go insert single edge loop and insert an edge loop about that big. That should be good. Purpose of that is to then start hacking away at it to create the recession that is the whole zipper compartment and eventually the zipper. So I'm going to push this central region in. I'm going to have to take this all the way to the back side or the inside part. That should also have the same effect. The compartment and the zipper taper, well, the outskirts of this connecting point taper into the zipper and the compartment. And this is a stylized asset, so you'll see me go a little thicker with the compartment and the zipper. It won't be hyper realistic, but this is a bit thick, so I need to really push. So what I'm going to do is grab the zero modeler brush, select polyloop, and then start clicking on here. And that should give me that entire compartment. And then I need to scale it in. What I'm going to do is mask it. And I could just do a scale, but let me try that first. I'll scale in. So, it proved to be useful. Yeah, about that much is a fair thickness. The zipper, I can start moving it. Yeah, it's a better approach than this. And really, it's time to separate it and then do a polish by features to straighten it out a lot better. I'm going to work to create a more planar surface that can receive the zipper brush. Go to deformation and do a little bit of polish by features, and that cleans it up a lot, makes it very planar. But it's still fairly thick, and that's fine as long as I use a very big stylized version of the zipper. I think that's going to work because it'll have this symbolism effect, just like a obscenely large zipper tracks. That's we're gonna work out. So that's about a fair thickness I'm looking for right now. So in order for the tracks to come towards the back, they would have to be about this thick. That's a lot. Ultimately, I'll keep adjusting it until it looks right. I'll push this in. Try to also define the thickness up here, the Damien standard. Define the lips, and then use trim dynamic to flatten it. All right, before I continue processing the zipper part, I think I am going to separate this wrist. It'll just make a more pristine result. So I'm going to go back and grab the piece from in there, duplicate it, bring it out, and then grab this poly loop here, isolate it. And then slowly shrink the selection to get a cleaner shrinking. And I think this is what I want. I think this is good. Delete hidden and close holes. That is exactly what I'm looking for. Might have to go do that part in Maya. So I took more than I would want. I might be able to, let me delete this, perform this bridge operation in feature. So if I right click on this edge, there's a bridge edges. So if I click there, Yeah, but it's individual. There has to be, I'm going to go perform it in Maya because there's some additional cleanup and other operations that I want to perform in Maya. This bridge operation should be a lot easier here. I'll select this edge and select that edge and go mesh. Actually, I can access it from this modeling menu, go bridge, and that should close it. Probably do the same thing here. Bridge, can mirror and weld when I go back to ZBrush. And I could add an edge loop. Go to my custom menu, add an edge loop here. Might need 2. So go to the edge loop options, say multiple edge loops, and do 2. Do the same thing there. I'm done. It's time to go back into ZBrush. But before I go to ZBrush, I'm gonna run a cleanup on this mesh. I might need to run another one, but I just want to see if it's has any issues. Okay, it doesn't have any issues. Then go back to ZBrush and separate this panel and create the zipper. I'm gonna keep a copy of it whilst I try to separate this panel. I'm gonna do a poly group of this poly loop again, just to get my and make sure symmetry is active. I do it. Okay, and then I'm going to zoom out, isolate this compartment and go split hidden and close holes. Yeah, that's, so I will have to move the jacket to accommodate the changes I'm about to make right now. Or in fact, I'm not going to close holes. I'm going to delete the thickness and extrude a new thickness and then make the changes to the jacket to make sure it's meeting up with this compartment correctly. Because this is not going to work for the zipper. Okay. So I can delete hidden, run an extrusion, or I think a better thing to do would be not to commit to an extrusion right now. So I'll use dynamic subdivision. So I'll go to deformation, dynamic subdivision, turn on dynamic, add a thickness, turn off smooth, and keep going with the thickness. So I need the thickness to go in the opposite direction. Okay, and I'll keep that for now until I have the zipper in and I'm sure it's what I want. Let me hide this. Yes, I will also have to close holes here, but the ZBrush close holes operation is a bit sloppy. So after this, I might need to run another Z remesh just to get cleaner geometry. Yeah, so this is cleaner. And now the objective is to make sure that it collides with the panel properly. This will just be the beginnings of that. But let me go here and hide a lot of this stuff. So I'm just left with the jacket. Yeah, that inside part there is definitely feeling wrong. So I'm going to isolate it go inside, and then start shaving away so that it tapers to the panel properly. Smoothing also works. You know. Keep them, smooth them to get them farther away from each other. Yeah, I think that's fine. Try the flatten brush too. Help with the tapering. And I can keep working on it as I proceed until it's completely correct. But yeah, it feels good. And that kind of flattening will also have to happen here so that this part of it tapers into the zipper properly. All right, looks good. Next thing I'm going to do is do some more polishing of this because I'm going to use a trick to get two versions. Let me solo this and group by normals at a lower angle. Doesn't seem to be separating this. I completely forgot that this is a dynamic mesh. It is not actually real. So I have to make it a real mesh. So I will duplicate, go deformation, not deformation, go geometry, apply to turn it into a real mesh, and now it should be fine with that. This is gonna make for a very thick zipper paneling. I might find myself altering this, making it thinner by re-extruding, but for now I think I'm good. So I'm gonna go to deformation. I'm gonna go polish by features, get a nice pristine surface. And what I'm going to do after that is duplicate this. I'm gonna scale it so that it's only on one side so that I can mirror and weld it to the other side. Turn off symmetry. But make sure it's on one side. And activate symmetry, mirror and weld. Looks like I may have picked the wrong side. Turn off symmetry, scale so that it's past the center line. Activate symmetry, mirror and weld. No, I think I might need to turn off local symmetry and do, yeah, that's what was wrong. So this would be the paneling, and now I should be able to scale it some more. And be careful for them not to touch. Well, they already are, so that's problematic. Let me solo this and try to select these edges. My mask pen. Okay. And then do a scaling to flatten. Should be able to do this with local symmetry to flattening it like this with scale straightens it out. Might have, let me try this again. There we go. So flattening it this way, when I now move it to create my panel, they don't actually touch. It's important they don't touch. So this side will go with that side of the jacket, and the other side goes with the other side. And now it's time to draft the zipper. All right, I'm going to draw the zipper on a copy of the original. Go over here, find the zipper. This version is what's closer to the reference. It's a metal zipper. And I'm going to start testing out to see what a good size is going to be. So I'll go solo, turn off symmetry. Okay, that's obscenely large. It's not going to work. So I'm going to reduce the draw size. Try again. It's still very large, and it's twisted like that because I have, you do want to isolate in view. It is affected by other things that are in the view. So I'll go a little lower. This might be big enough, but yeah, I think this is a good size. So 23, maybe just a little larger, 25. Try this again. All right, so when it comes to the zipper, for me, after a while, I stop doing the drawing and do some positioning. Although I'm going to have to make a lot of alterations to make this work with the thickness that I have. And I do want them to be very large. Let me test it out with the character in view, see what it looks like. Yeah, I might want slightly larger than this to really make it feel exaggerated. So I'm going to undo that, go for maybe a 30, and then redraw this zipper. Yes, this large is about what I'm looking for. This is really large. So at a distance, you can see it, and it really feels good like this. But I'm not going to keep drawing, but what I am going to do is take away the sections of it that I don't need and move things around. First thing I want to do is separate it from this compartment. So I'll go split hidden. All right, so don't need this compartment anymore. And there's more of it that needs to go. Go delete hidden, zoom out, and start these modifications. All right, first I'm gonna separate the zipper. Actual zipper track. Go split hidden, cut that off. Hide these other things so I can focus on this. I'm gonna grab this. Center the tool on it and make sure I move it down till it's at the correct place. Zoom out. This thing has to be completely functional, so center the pivot yet again. All right, so move it out a bit. and I'm going to auto group so I can separate the actual zipper from the tracks. All this is zipper. These are tracks. So I will go split hidden. It's off there. I isolate this. There's a lot of these that I don't need, so I'm gonna go auto group and start getting rid of them. Don't need that one. That's about where I need to. I can go delete hidden. And I can move this, make sure it's connecting correctly. I need to move slightly up so I can add another here. I should be able to control drag to add another track. Zoom out. I have to figure out how to make each and every one of these thick enough, or I need to thin out the compartment so it's not so thick. And it looks like that would be a simpler thing to attempt. Yeah, it might be a smarter thing to thin out the compartment. So it's gonna be super thin, and I'll have to accommodate that with the sculpting. All right, let me go down. Well, there's still work to be done up here, so I'm going to take these and make sure I'm straightening these tracks because this thing is closed. So tracks need to be positioned like it's completely closed. And that would mean this would be like that. And this would be like that. And yeah, I'll have our zipper on there like that. Let me hide that one more time to make sure I have, yeah, that looks right. All right, so I have to do the same thing down here to make sure I auto group. And separate these pieces, go split hidden. Looks like it's at a comfortable place. You might want to rotate it and have it sit in there better. Yeah, that actually looks like it's at a good place. If I am going to make the compartment move to accommodate the zipper tracks, I need to, let me actually straighten some of these out because they look somewhat crooked. All right, so now I'm going to take this final compartment that I have. Let me solo it. Okay, so this is what I ended up with. And I'm going to duplicate it, isolate the outer surface, go delete hidden. And now it's time to extrude it so that it is not so thick. Pick a good thickness so that when this thing is open and you're looking from the back side, you can see the zippers from the back. So I'll go here, go to Z remodeler, and activate extrude. I seem to have selected an edge, so I need to select the surface So extrude all polygons. And then there. So this is about a good thickness, and that's very thin, but that's fine. Yeah, that's very thin. Something slightly thicker before I do that extrusion, let me alter this a bit. I think it's actually that's what I should be probably doing. I can move it a little bit forward, so that will give me a lot more breathing room for my extrusion. Okay, so it's good. And I should probably do it from here. So I can go extrude faces and about that much. And if it's problematic, I can always come back and use dynamic subdivision to play with different thicknesses, but I think it's good. I think we'll have a good thickness that allows the zipper to show and allows the tracks to show. And now the surrounding material, the rubber, has to be sculpted to taper into it properly. So yeah, that's it. And it's time to start sculpting this thing. All right, before I start with that sculpting, I'm going to adjust this so it's sitting inside the track properly. Yeah, like that. And I'll probably extend this down and extend this to meet up with it. I'm tweaking this a lot. I turned on the unitard to see how the fit looks like so far, but it's time to start fleshing out this stuff. I do need to start hinting at a seam here. Before I start the major sculpting, I'm going to turn off symmetry and go on the inside and make sure that the inside part of this thing has the right structure. This is the splitting line. I have to make sure that this is also swollen on the inside. I'm only going to do one half and then mirror the changes over. So this, I'm going to use a clay brush instead. Just pull it out. As I mentioned a few times, that this thing, the inside is going to show, so there's going to be sculpting of this inner part. And it has to make logical sense, it has to look like the reference. So I can bring this back, do a mirror and weld, turn symmetry back on, and start getting this thing done in preparation for the next step. Okay, so here you have it, looking good. It's time to start sculpting these creases. I'm going to make a few changes before I get started. This feels a little flat. It's supposed to be have like a puffy feel, and it feels a little recessed is the word I'm looking for. So I puffed that out a bit, and then I'm going to take this zipper. Hopefully it's one. Yeah, it's one item, and just move it a little higher after I remove the mask so that it's all the way out there. Okay. Towards the beginning of this video, I was discussing how I want to attempt a workflow for sculpting creases that doesn't make me end up in a finished look that is fairly muddy. For this particular case with this bubble jacket, I do want some really crisp results. I don't want a lumpy feel at the end when it's done. So the way I've devised to do that is to do all my sculpting on a specific subdivision level. And I've determined that subdivision level is going to be, let me duplicate this, and it's going to be subdivision level 3. About 235,000 polygons is what I need to get started. However, when it's time to emphasize this crevice, I have to go back to 2 to do it, so that it doesn't obliterate all the sculpting I'm about to do. I'm going to be adhering to the reference very closely because the reference has some really cool randomized design. For the arms in particular, since I've decided to go with 3 sections, I'm going to have to omit this part of the reference from my sculpting. So I'll just be focusing on this part, this lower section, and then this minimal detail that's here that connects to the body. Since I only have one profile view, I'll use this data for the left side of the character, and then I'll go looking for another interesting crease formation in this specific image. I'm using this for the front, so you're going to see me try to achieve exactly what's here. This for the left side, this for the back, and this one I'm going to use for the other side. I like the detail here, so I think it might work really well on the right side. And as I did mention before, I will be adhering to this larger silhouette, so I'm going with this bigger look. So if you see me not ending up with a very thin looking arm, it's because I'm going for this. I'm also inheriting the way this transitions into the back. I realize that the seam or the stitch is right there underneath it. So that's also something I'm going to do because I want to be able to color the inside differently. I also went with the way the zipper looks for this one. It doesn't have a cover. It's just open, so that allows me to texture this compartment that I made with some woven fabric. But if you look at this reference, there is a panel that covers the zipper, and I don't want that because the zipper is an important part of the design, so I don't want it to be covered by this all bubble. It's good to have the different materials visible, especially because this is all bubble. So that's how I'm going to be combining these two, and as I move forward, if something looks like it's going to work better, I will make the accommodations for it. I'm going to start with the front here. And one thing I just want to point out that you're going to see me do is I'll be using these 2 lines because I only have 3 sections. So I'll be using this section and this. This is useless to me because I don't have that compartment. One thing that I notice is how sparse the creases are at the bottom side of this. I do want to capture that because I think it breaks it up. It won't be all detail. And then also towards the central region here, there's less aggressive creasing here. I like all of this stuff. And I'm definitely going to do the same thing I'm seeing here in these 2 sections. This is also a little sparse. So just know that I'm shooting for this little quadrant here. And it's good that this is sparse because there's going to be a lot of movement here. I'm going to run a test at the end of this lesson in Maya. I've already prepared the model. I've rigged her with HIK. And as soon as the sculpting is done, I'll go to Maya, a handful of tests. I'm going to go down the subdivision level and just shave away at this a little bit just to make it a little flatter. Preparation for what I'm about to do. Turn off symmetry, go back to subdivision level 3. The main brushes I'm going to be relying on are Damien Standard Clay, so that it produces flat build up, and then Trim Dynamic if I need to do more flattening than the clay brush can give me. So the reason why I chose this subdivision level is that it gives me just enough polygons so that the Damien Standard brush does a better job making thicker folds, right? It's not going to make some sharp, high peak fold because there's simply not enough polygons for it to do that. So right now I'm going back and forth between holding down Alt to use the reverse of the brush and not holding it down so that I can actually pull out. So this is a recessed part. I'm gonna hack away. Get some kind of a recession. And basically when I run out of a spare material, then I'll stop wherever with whatever I've got. So I definitely don't have enough length, as much length as the reference. So I'm just fitting as much as I can in there. And here's a big this is going to end up being this is a good place where I will make sure that I count on the dynamic to sort of flatten out and give me the two planes I'm seeing in the reference. And one of the things I did want to do was tone down how much up the intensity of this brush so that I'm forced to do more hacking to get something to show up. Fairly aggressive. Sometimes I'm just going to use the clay to do some build up. It's really muddy, but this is much of a good idea. So that's better. When I run out of material, I'm going to just start freestyling. And when I get the hang of what I think is happening, I just want to make sure I don't end up with the same type of stroke. past a certain point and use a sensible logic. Wherever you pull, you want to make sure you push around it, or else it's not going to make as much sense. To do up here. You need to be careful and go back down to the subdivision level and do some build up to ensure that I do still have a nice straight connection. Keep adjusting this as I see fit. But yeah, anything that ruins the silhouette, I'll come back down to sub D2 to fix. If I fix it on 3, it'll mess up the detail, the sculpt detail. Alright, so that's the initial work for the center. Going to start getting the side here. It's very when it comes to the transitions, I'm going to have to do some inventing because those images are not going to have the same, I'm not going to connect correctly. A lot of the time, what I'm doing is just looking at the reference to learn, to train my brain to understand what is happening, and then I use it to use that same logic all the way around. And that's usually works for me with creases. Just follow the reference to your brain, knows what's happening, and then can branch off and do what you want with everything you've learned. Very subtle stuff here. over here, gonna have to be a fair amount of invention. And after I do this, when it's time to emphasize that crevice, I go down to subdivision level, turn on symmetry, and just push this here. It's a lot safer, and it's not going to ruin all the sculpting I'm doing. So probably should have started off pushing it, but I know I'm eventually going to have to push it some more, so just have to make sure, turn off symmetry when I'm done. Okay, so I'll come back to it, turn symmetry back on, and continue this work. So I'm going to pause every once so often and take a look at it from a distance, because it lets me know if this thing's going to work. Sometimes from up close, it looks really messy. And there's also some materials that I'll be using, relying on to really let me know what's going on. This one, and satin. I think there's a handful of them on here. Yeah, but this is probably one of the best ones. It's the best material for almost everything you sculpt in ZBrush. On this side, I run out of material, so I'm going to tone this down a little bit so that I can find a way to blend it in here well, to try to minimize the information here. Now here, try not to go too far. Starting to understand the repeating patterns a lot better. Come down here. I'm starting to get a lot more comfortable with the shapes. Things are going to be moving relatively faster. The big thing with cloth is just make sure you push as much as you pull. Otherwise, you'll have material that is not really accounted for. And two. Is very deep. This is somewhat of the dangerous details to try to bake in because it's really aggressive, but I don't think it's an entirely bad idea to get it in there. One important thing to do is to really let this thing breathe as much as the reference shows. So if there's blank area, you want to make sure that you respect that and let that area be blank. And if I see a shape that is just too complicated, I will significantly simplify it. Around this neck, it gets really interesting. I'm more concerned about making sure that I'm doing something that will marry well, so I will keep that in mind as I go around this neck. Neck has a very interesting design too. Caved in geometry. Digging in to make sure I get a hole, and I can work. Here I'm mostly freestyling. I'm gonna not go too far to the side so I can see what the side reference has to offer when we get there. This neck is a bit aggressive. Tone it down. Yeah. Get the trim dynamic in. Need some more cleaner shapes in here. It's time to step away and not do too much. Sometimes I look at how much work has to be done. You tend to try to rush it. This neck that I rushed through looks fairly sloppy, so I'm going to lose that. It doesn't look good at all. It's not a big deal though, because even if it's not successful, there's this low frequency noise on the neck. So even if I fail at nailing the shape, when I smooth it, it leaves behind that low frequency in detail, and that's good. That's not a bad thing. I rushed too much, trying to go to the sides, and what you're noticing is I'm resolving to do each side individually. So the front first, I want to deal with all the front stuff, and then I'll move to the side and get that done for the torso. And once the torso is successful, then I'll move to the hands. I think it is a good plan. Well, it's important just to zoom out and take a look at what's happening. the common thing is just, it's very easy to want to just rush through, but it just cheapens the result if you don't take your time and not rush, which really just means pausing every once in a while before you end up just trying to circle and just block in any type of detail. I think I'm satisfied with the front. Refrain from putting too much information here. All the places where there's a lot of bending, like this here and the elbow, I'm going to just leave it to the nCloth system to determine what's going to happen there. And so I will tone down like the intensity of the creases over there. All right, now I'm going to start getting the side of the torso a very weird way. There's parts of it that I don't see in the reference. I can't see because the hand is down. I'm going to fill in what I can see from the front in here. Right? It'll feel really weird, but just getting the information in just in a separate part. On the other side, it sort of creates this triangle shape. This sort of V. From this angle, it really looks good. I'm going to try to capture that. By now, I feel a lot more comfortable with the detail, so I'm going to take some liberties and decide what's going to happen. It's my discretion to put the information in there. By the way, this is just some sort of like a blocking pass, right? I intend on doing all the cleanup on this subdivision level, no higher than this, because I believe that's how the muddiness starts. When you start sculpting things like this on really high subdivision levels, then things just get silly. Rush out of here. I'm going to make sure I stay here, make sure this thing is successful. There's a lot of different type of abstract shapes than what I'm accustomed to sculpting. There's so many weird shapes that work for something like this. Oh, that's pretty good. I'm getting comfortable because I'm familiar with the shapes. I'm gonna leave this side bare. And before I move on, I'm gonna look at the other side and then I'm going to get this separator. Actually, this is a good time to get the separator. So I go down to subdivision level 2, activate symmetry, and emphasize this dig. Right. And that allows me to keep all my detail up top. There. Yeah, that looks good. So I have to go to the other side, and here I just have to invent based off of everything I just did on the other side. So I'm going to start doing some of the things that I saw there. This is a very common triangle, like the dual triangle thing. And then the big gaps. Yeah, these like complex shapes. So I'm going to try to get some planar shapes on either side of the cut. Yeah, like that. It's really good. I should do that more often, and I will later down the line. I should stop doing that shape. I've done it a handful of times. Okay. This side looks somewhat boring. Push it just a little bit more. You really have to try to get as creative as possible. Something really outside the box. So it's looking good. Really like this zigzag effect. Seen it a few times. And let me see if I can get something else that maybe defies what it is that I'm doing. I'm seeing a shape that I might have missed. Something like this. Looks pretty good. Very important to also just acknowledge that just some of this stuff you want to just leave alone. Just don't want to coat the whole thing with information. Yeah, that looks interesting. Singer stuff. Get away. This is good. Just a little bit of information there. Something that might work is also like these really long ones there. Just once in a while there are these like ones that just break the mold, like really small. And refrain from going to the back. The shape here that I really like. To build this up. Careful there. Yeah, I'll wait. It's really going on the back. But yeah, this helps to tie it all together. Let me see if I can also get this type of information here. It's looking good. Yeah, it's careful. It's a little ambitious over there. I gotta make sure that these shapes are in fact attractive. So I might lose some of the ones that bled into the back a little too aggressively. These ones are tough. Careful with that. Yeah, I have to erase a lot of this because the back is like this one. I'll lose this. I have a whole good back reference to follow. So I'll do that. Okay. Did almost forget that I have to pair big ones with like really small ones. A lot of these have tails. That is a lot. Really big shapes. Need to be careful. That's a lot. Make sure I counter it with not so much information at the bottom. These ones are a bit aggressive. They're extending maybe a little bit too far up. So I have to be very careful. I want to step back and look at this one a little bit more. Cool. Not too much. Okay, I'll go to the lower subdivision level, emphasize this. Back up. I might have gone a little bit too far with this. Smooth out that central region. It's not so aggressive. This side is definitely a little bit more rushed, so I need to take a step back. Yeah, this is on its way. This backside is kind of falling apart. I might have went a little too far. So all the shapes are big. And there's not enough small ones. And also the ones at the bottom there are not blending too well, like this. It's not connecting too well. It's looking a lot better. It's weird that it activate symmetry. And I want to do this one at a higher sub D level. Alright, I feel like this rushing of the neck area has produced results I don't really like. Primarily, it's, I think, just their intensity. This is simply not this intense. So I really have to tone it down as it goes to the back. It just isn't prominent enough. They're not like these horrendous digs that I've done here. So I'm gonna start filling in these digs a little bit. Yep, it's already starting to look really a lot better. Even this, realize, take the clay brush. Oh, okay, I think that was subtracting, I should be building. Okay. Yeah, it's feeling a lot better. And this isn't that intense either. But as a matter of fact, this one, I'm going to pull the shape out a little bit. I think there's a certain planarness that it has that I'm losing out on. I use trim dynamic to shave this side and shave that side to get that planar. Yeah, great. Right, and I'll take a look at it and come back to it if it's still problematic. Here too. Yeah, this material type makes a lot of like these really planar, like, you know, surfaces, the sub level. Okay, I'm going to leave it for now, and I'll probably double back and keep making changes till I have something that works. I'm going to move to this bottom side here. This time I'm going to try to be a little bit more careful because at the top, I took too many liberties up there that cheapened it. So here, let me start with what I'm seeing here. Just make sure I vary them as they're shown. I think, yeah, that's pretty much what I'm seeing. And then here, as I've mentioned many times before in my sculpting video, it's so hard to prevent yourself from doing the same thing over and over again. It's just, you have a natural inclination to want to do that. You just really have to stop sometimes and get yourself out of that place, that mindset that makes you want to do that. So here I'm going to be really light. Here I'm just going to give it the pull and push treatment. So I'm holding the Alt. Make sure that this isn't busy here because it isn't in the reference. And then here I have a very big shape. Here, I think it's enough with these like really larger ones. For these smaller. Actually, no, I think the shape over there was working. So, things like this all have to be married into this mass well. It's when all of them are done, that's probably what I'll be doing next. Here also, there's a very big depression, and here too. This time I'm using the clay brush to make it. Also works. Yep. Quite frankly, I should do that more often. I'm relying on the Damien standard to put in most of this detail, but it's good to change the brush and get some varying results. This, I'm going to give it a plainer treatment. There and there. Sure, here it's a little arched. Okay, now at the bottom here, seeing some really interesting things happening. It's like this snake-like. And this is a good opportunity to build with clay. Okay. And this is doing a lot of breathing. So what I mean by that is there's a lot of open space where nothing's happening. So I'm going to try to adhere to that. And I'm not going to do the seeing not so good extension of the insides. No, I'm not going to add that. Just the insides are hanging out. I'm not taking that. I'm not doing that. It's too unique of a thing to be always present. I don't like that. There's these dirty digs, like really light. I can get them with the trim dynamic, but I'll also try to get them with the Damien standard. I think initially the Damien standard does a better job with it. It's just this dirt in this open area. Yeah, this back turned out really well. It's really good. Something like this. Make sure it's build up with clay here. Yeah, it's looking good. Before I get to the under part of the arms, I'm really going to focus on this neck now. Make sure it looks good from the side and the back. But after taking a look at this thing for a while, I think that the neck has enough content. I like this big space that allows the eye to breathe. I might add just a little bit of information here before I move on to the next phase. Yeah, I'll add a little bit of information here. Now I'm going to talk about how I'm going to deal with the hand. I only have 3 sections, and it's unfortunate because this thing looks really good with the 4 sections, specifically this. I'm going to have to omit this out of the front and only do this one because that's the only section I have. I have this, this connector, and then this down here. So I'm going to have to leave this out, but that's fine because I can use this for other views, specifically the side view. The side view here is pretty nice, so perhaps not the side view. The side view I might deal with like this, but I might come over here looking for some stuff to help me with the side or the bottom that I can't see of this part. You saw me for the torso go with information from here, but I don't like the elbow detail here better than I do this one. This one is very interesting. It's really cool, and I think it will add value to the sculpt. The back will be done as is. What I'm seeing here, I'll take that. It's different enough detail that it's cool. I'm going to deal with the one at the elbow from the front view, and just to help my brain process the reference better, I'm going to turn the character to the side. I really should start establishing the crease. I'll turn on symmetry for this. Just hint at it. This is the most important one. This the most visible. Most visibly disruptive. It's the most disruptive looking one you can't miss. All right, this one is a little hard, so I'm going to start in this direction, cave in, and then pull out, create these shapes. And it does look a little muddy, so I will simplify as best as I can. So I think this is a starting point. This looks like a much wider one. I'll try to get this one with the clay. There's a lot of things going on. The great thing is that they're all attempting to connect all the pieces together, make them cohesive. So I'm at least happy for that. Use the clay again to get these really deeper sections. Zoom out, that's really aggressive and invasive to the surrounding regions. Might need to tone down how far it goes. So I'm gonna keep it in here. That is a lot. For the sake of, let me go back down to sub D2, see if I can crease. Wow, this is not what was desired. I'm going to undo this because I didn't want to do it on both sides, and it's a bit, I have to make some decisions so that it's not occupying so much of the surface. So I might have gone a little too wide with my gestures. Bring it all the way down. Okay, so I'm gonna get to about there and come again, and also try to simplify the idea because that was very complicated. And I'm not going to adhere too much to what I am seeing because I do want a separation here. So I'm be very careful. I'm gonna make some my own creative choices here. For me, the largest issue I have when I'm doing my own creases is, like for this particular pieces, making sure they all marry well together. So I'm going to try to focus on that. And it looks like I kept symmetry on again. I'm going to turn it off. Actually, what I will do is just duplicate the piece and do to some degree. Yeah. Okay, just mask, turn off symmetry, mask this region, and just project the previous detail back onto it. Okay, that should fix it. Go back here, continue working. feel like this is going to require a lot more work to get it to where I want. I'm going to try to keep separation very visible here. Take the clay brush, push some of these crevices. Okay, now it's starting to look a little bit more acceptable. Yeah. Take the clay, dig. I'm gonna more so freestyle the majority of this. Trying as much as possible to adhere to the logic that got me this far. Yeah, I don't like how that turned out. I think the initial attempt, I think it's important to keep that line, that separating line. Also, the magic of all these pieces will come in when everything is done and I move up to the higher subdivision levels. You'll see how how incredible they look on a higher subdivision level, even though over here they feel really muddy. I'm doing some of the designs that I saw in previous places. And I do also have to remember that a lot of what makes it work is that a lot of it is open area, so you don't really want to put everything, you don't want to cover the whole thing with this type of crease detail. Because some areas have to be left alone, just like minor cuts, protrusions and stuff. It's feeling good. I'm going to start countering it with a very little detail that's going to be over here. Just want to see how it works in conjunction. Here I'm not putting too much. Yeah, just minimal amount. We'll be extending that to this part too, this shoulder. Has some information, but very minimal. Yeah, it's kind of working. And an attempt to marry these like this, these really subtle shapes to try to tie them together. Also help. These minor creative pieces. And soften them out. Yeah, it's pretty good. It's not bad at all. One thing I'm not doing a good job of is making sure I'm varying intensity, but that always can be designated to the contrast. Brush. The contrast, deformation contrast, as you've seen me do in a few other lessons. I'll try to get a lot more of that in. And so this is a fairly good starting point. I'm gonna try to get this whole hand down, and then I'll go to the other side. Emphasize this a little bit. Turn symmetry back off. How this is going to work. Now that the other side is coming in, just trying to see what I can and cannot get away with. This is probably the hardest including sculpt I've done. Working on. make sure when I'm doing this with the Damon standard that some of these elevated ones taper. It's not just always one width. It's a very important detail. That looks very good, actually. Changing the direction helped a lot. So right now I'm going with most of the logic that I've been running into while solving other parts. Just very strategically picking also open areas because I know how important that is. This back region looks a little underserved. Yeah, this looks nice. At the very end, I'm going to put some super small detail in some of these parts. But yeah, this turned out really good. And I like how it's angled up. The back, maybe not so much. The back isn't as successful as the front. Yeah, I think that separator is essential. Simple. I know the reference gets away with it. It makes it look cool in certain areas, but I'll refrain from making the creases so prominent there that they obliterate the separation, because I need the separation to make this thing read as a bubble jacket. So do have to make that sacrifice. So it's good to try to tie them together like that. Yeah, the back is starting to come together. That it's essential that separator is important for it to be in there. I'm gonna leave this side open and put some of these like really weird lines that go against the grain sometimes. Sometimes they're super small too. I'll probably put them in later towards the end, but I can put some of them in now. Like these small nicks and cuts. For this part of it, this opening, I'm gonna turn on symmetry for that because it's far away from the from the center that you will notice they're the same, but for these three sections, I definitely want to keep them unique. For some of these crevices. Be careful not to overdo this thing. This, I'm gonna try to make it marry into this mass. I probably should use a clay to do this. Perhaps on this side too. Be very intentional. Yeah, making it really go in there. So yeah, this is pretty nice. I like it. I think it's good. This could probably use something really slight. Plainer trim dynamic brush to hint at some plainer surfaces. Yeah, the back is starting to pick up. Looks a lot better. This feels weirdly naked, so I'm going to put just a little bit of information here. Not too much. So it's a little bit more. Yeah, this one looks weird when it's just sitting by itself. It needs to blend into this thing a lot better. We'll use a trim dynamic brush to start shaving the opposing sides. Hopes of getting like a large bit of detail that helps to sell it. It's weird sculpting and stuff like this, knowing that I'm supposed to try to envision what the end looks like even in these muddy forms, but I tested it out before I started this tutorial, and it's definitely a process that can be trusted. Everything will turn out amazing. I'm gonna step up and run a certain sequence of operations. These weird lines, they really help. This really small granular hints really work too. So when this thing is done, if there's any bare area, I'm going to go in and do it so that these little nicks and cuts and these long striations that are like this, they really worked. All right, I think that side looks good. This looks really good. So I'm going to go try to replicate that logic on the other side. This might be a little underserved. It's a very challenging asset, so worth practicing. Bubble jacket sculpted by hand. Tough stuff. Slow down before I end up coating this entire thing with information. Yeah, it looks actually very good. I'm actually surprised about how good the front looks like. The back also looks good, but every once so often I take a look and it feels like there's a certain cohesion missing. Keep going at it till I see the fix. Yeah, it's getting there slowly. Yeah, it's not bad. Become very overloaded with information. So. Okay. Okay. No, it's not bad either. I do see some things that I would like to fix, but I'm going to reserve the fixing until I have pretty much gotten what's left. And what's left is this lip here and also this cuff. Now I'm going to straighten this because I realize it doesn't really look right when it's angled like that. So when it's like a squiggly line, it needs to be nice and straight. For this part, I'm going to turn on symmetry and start with the front, and maybe at a higher subdivision level or after I've gotten both of them down. I think that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to do both of them together, and then I'll go and I'll turn off symmetry and do some additional detailing on both sides. So it'll be like symmetry topped off with asymmetrical detail. I'm going to start with the clay here. Start burrowing into this. Start creating This lesson is going to be fairly long, but I think I'll still have time in the end to do the test. I've prepared an animation, and I'm going to set up the file to be able to test what I have with one with the zipper closed and one with the zipper open, so I can see what I can expect. Okay, it's looking good. Let's see what I can get here. Eventually I'm gonna have to tone down the intensity of some of this detail. I am going a little too far with how strong it all is. It just doesn't work when it's all busy, as I've said many times. Yeah, that looks really good. This is definitely a good exercise. trusty old pattern. So break up. You really have to enjoy this process to attempt things like this. But for me, it's been really helpful throughout my 3D career to learn sculpting, right? Even though there are a lot of tools that can be used as a replacement to get things done, it's always good to just be able to do this stuff. If any of those tools don't do what I need, or either you might not be able to afford them, it's good to be able to just know how to do this stuff. I really don't feel you can call yourself a 3D modeler if you're a modern day 3D modeler if you're not willing to attempt difficult things like this. Only walk away with it with more skills that will help you. It never hurts. So yeah, that looks fantastic. I'm going to try to get some of those like minor. Actually, for that one, that's really going to help with the breakup. So I'm going to turn off symmetry to do that. Those nicks and cuts and little bits of detail. Yeah, it looks like I already started this one. Yeah, this is pretty successful. Nice piece. Although I should turn on symmetry for this. Not really done a good job tying down how it marries into the actual, yeah. Okay. So yeah, that's it. I do want to deal with this. It's just not standing out. So as I see these issues, I'll fix them. There's quite a lot of them. Yeah, looks very good. I'm actually surprised at how it turned out. Put some of these little wrinkles that help to add personality to this piece. A lot of them are just small cuts, stuff. This is also, this additional like peppering of detail can be done with, you can find a good mask to do it, but I think for this, I'm fine attempting it by hand. It should be really light though. Oh, that's good. I'm going to move on to the cuffs and wrap this thing up so that all that's left is polishing at this stage and then stepping up and giving it the treatment that it needs to be complete. I'm gonna run a few operations, hoping they turn out fine. No more work has to be done from here on out. I was gonna put these additional bits of minor detail in there, but I don't think this is the best time to do that. I'll definitely do it, but this is not the time. But they do have to go in there, these really small creases. One thing I did forget to do was get the separator for this neckline. So I'm going to turn on symmetry and make sure you get the seam line. So that's in there. Looks really crisp, really nice. And now it's time to work on this. I'll also leave symmetry on for this. I would see if subdividing it as is, yeah, that produces a really nice mesh. So I'll take it up and find that good number to have the same level of detail that I have. Yeah, that's it right there. With this one though, I'm not too worried about ending up with, well, a muddy result. It's really hard to produce muddy results with how straight the short distance that has to be traveled, and it's only really straight detail. These are detail that's there, really deep. Yeah, that's it. And it's important to vary the intensity. This one's fairly easy. I'm gonna go through and first use the clay brush to define some of these creases. And then I'll go over with the Damien standard and really yeah, it's hard to mess up this detail. take the Damien standard and really go in there. With this, the thing that sells it is the varied intensity. It's looking a little weird when the edges are not done, so very important that come here and finish these. I also forgot to do the inside of the torso, so I'll go in there and do that. Probably speed through that one since it's pretty much the same logic. All right, so you see what I'm doing? I'm going to speed through and just get all of it done, including the inside. All right, so it looks good. It wasn't particularly difficult to get this one. This one is fairly simple. Probably vary the contrast. Looks right. What I'm gonna do next before I move on is get the inside. So I'm gonna speed through this too. As I mentioned, this thing can open, so all this part in here thing left to do to mark the end of this particular phase. From here on out, it's going to be a lot of procedural operations. Is to connect this bottom side and to use logic from the first reference. It feels a lot more yeah, because I'm going to put a seam in here somewhere, so I want to be careful. Keep an eye on this thing as I go. I'm just pretty much going to use the same logic to get it, but just larger. I'm not afraid of going with larger shapes here. And I might, in order to really pay attention and do it correctly, just do 1/2 at a time. All right, so it's done. I think I got everything. I got all that. Some of the inside there, even the corners. I'm going to take a look at it now with different materials. This is a very good one. Really let you know where the highlights are going to be. But yeah, it's time to subdivide this and run some procedural operations. See some others. Yeah. With ZBrush, I might have mentioned in one of my other sculpting tutorials, you have to push things so that they look unrealistically detailed, just over intense, because that's the only way the normal maps are going to capture the information accurately. So you're going to see me do some operations to push this thing to be even more intense. But first, a few things have to be done. All right, it's time to finalize this detail. I'm going to be doing all of this on layers, so I can always go back to my original if I want to. So I'm going to subdivide this thing to the highest subdivision level that this asset is going to be at. So let me go close up. So I'm going to divide, get 4, 5 to give me 3 million. I want to go up close. I think this is enough. 3 million for the jacket is enough. But just to be on the safe side, what I'm thinking about here is when I bake it, I want to make sure that I don't have too low of a subdivision level that I get faceting. And the reason why I have to tie that down now is because I'm going to put layers on this thing and I would like to preserve the layers. So I'm going to add 1 more, and that's 15 million. That should be enough. But now you'll notice that there's muddiness in all of this sculpt data, like here, just a little bit of it. And I'm going to resolve that with a polish. one of the polish features. I'm not sure which one yet, but I'm gonna go to subdivision level 6, add a layer, and call it polish. And then I'm gonna go down to subdivision 5 and go to deformation and run a polish of 10. See what that does. Yeah, that fixes it a bit. Let me do one more, 10. Okay, so that's a polish of 20. Cleans it up to some degree, but it cleans it up a lot, and there's minimal muddiness. And then the next thing I want to do now is I have to push the detail because it has softened it out a bit, but I'm also pushing it because I know that when I bake my maps, in order for these things to read, as I mentioned, you kind of have to overemphasize the detail. So I'm going to add a new layer and call this contrast. Go to deformation, come down here to contrast. Let me zoom in to see. Change. And then do a contrast of 50. Okay, so that's not as much as I want. Let me do 100. Okay, so that's a lot. Really pushed it. So 150. And I should probably label the layers with what I'm using. So a contrast of 150. Let me turn that. And this is a polish of 20. So I did 10 and 10. So yeah, that pushes the detail. Let me toggle off this contrast. Yeah, so there it is. It's really pushed, so now it will really stand out from a distance. And so now it's time to put in the final bits of detail. The final bits of detail are mostly seams and the separation of this compartment, which I did say is important because when we want to be able to shade the inside a different color. The reason why I really like this approach with the polish and the contrast is if I see something that looks incomplete, like a sculpt that I feel like I didn't do a good job with, I'll just come and turn off these layers, delete them, go back to subdivision level 3 and polish it better on subdivision level 3. Like something like this, because if I try to do it over here, it gets super muddy. And I can even do them really on one layer. It doesn't really matter. So I could turn these two off and delete them. Sub D3. And then with something like this, I can just finesse it better. Sorry, with a clay brush, not clay buildup. Just get better blending. And doing it on a really low resolution. It's not as costly. All right, I can sharpen this a bit. I can also use the trim dynamic to get better shapes there. So it just leaves things open for fixing. It's just for me, a much better process as I've come to realize. So I'll be counting on this approach for a lot of my cloth sculpting from here on out. You know what, there. And so I'm not gonna, like here too, I think I might have underemphasized this crease. So yeah, I'm not gonna do too much cleanup here right now. Maybe when it's time to bake, I might find that I want to change something, or when I start painting, I see something I don't like. and I'll come back in and do some additional cleanup, but I think it's enough. And I'll probably also be adding a lot of other cool bits of detail and substance, painter and roughness maps and other maps, even the color map. All right, so I'm gonna go back to 6, and I'm actually gonna put them both on one layer. Polish and contrast. Polish 20, contrast 150. Let me name it better so I can see both of them. Polish, CNT 150. So I'll come over here, put it back in there. So it's polish 20. Sorry, that's a mistake. I don't do it on subdivision level 6. I do it on 5. Is a place. Otherwise, you won't get a lot of that granular muddiness. There's some muddiness over there. And sometimes it could even work on 4, but I'll trust it on 5 better. 5, it is retaining most of the shape. So I'll come over here again, try 20. And then a contrast of 150. So that's it. Now I'm going to put in the seams. So I'll add a layer. I'm going to speed through this. I don't think it's necessary to show the process all over again. I'll do some of it. Let me turn most of her body off so I can focus on this. And her fit too. And move these 3 to the trash. I'm going to turn on lazy mouse and see what I get. Okay, that's let me see what that looks like in a higher subdivision level. Yeah, that might not be strong enough, so I might need to be at 5 and take a more and see what end result it will produce. It will have to be charted a few times. Inspect it. It looks like I will have to go through one more time after this and swell up one of the sides on the lower subdivision level. All right, and then here, I can turn off symmetry to get the rest of it. Now, know that it's going to be, here I'm going to turn symmetry wrap on to get this side. Keep 10. And I should be able to continue it from the top here. And I wonder if I wanted to, no, I don't want it to go extend that far. Of the collar, so I'm going to keep it. Here. And now it's time to turn off symmetry and fix it. And the same would apply for the one on the inside, which I'm sure wasn't able to completely chart a perfect path. Right there. Actually, no, I did a pretty good job. Okay, so there. And the other side should be fine. And then the next part is underneath the arm. There's definitely a seam here. So I'm going to get that. Here I could definitely chart a path. So I'm going to chart one, yeah, around here. If I can pick a good topological line, then I can split my UV over there. That's all I care about putting it. Yeah. Turn this off, turn off symmetry, and fix it. It doesn't really matter though. Ultimately, I might have to pick different places to cut the UV. These shaders work well enough that you are not going to see any seam lines when this one is done. Also emphasize this side a little bit more. I think I might not need the swelling, seam swelling. Yeah, I think this line is sufficient. And I'm going to increase its intensity too. So I'll turn off symmetry and get the last one done. And here too, I'll follow a topological line. Turn off symmetry, go to the other side and reinforce. And reinforce this one. I think I'll put the swelling on the inside. I just need that I see it in the reference. But these ones here, it doesn't need that. It reads very well. and specifically at this edge that I want to see it. So I'm going to come over here and go to the high subdivision level, add another layer, call it seam swelling. I think that the form soft will do a fantastic job, but I want to be sure. It does a really good job for building, but so does the standard. The standard brush will do a great job, but I'll just use the form soft. I'll turn on lazy mouse and see what I get. Not here, I have to go down to about subdivision 4, it appears. Yeah, it's gonna work very well to lift that area. I'm going to increase the intensity a bit and start in here, and then I don't think I'm gonna try the standard. Let me see how that feels like. Yeah, a lot more prominent. Be careful there. I forgot to turn on symmetry. Yeah, it feels very much like a different fabric stitched to this one. Okay. I like it. Now symmetry off, I'm going to do it for both sides separately, just up to the neck. Okay. I feel like I might have missed the edge a little bit. Okay, so that is it. That is it for this piece. Before I close out this lesson, I am going to run a test. I want to see what kind of settings I'm going to have to use in nCloth to get this thing to behave and preserve all these creases and only add to them. And I want to test it when it's zipped closed and when it's open. So I have a short animation that I'm going to use to test it. I'm going to prep this asset, send it into Maya, and turn it into an nCloth, and then I'll come back so I can discuss the test. You can have an idea of how this thing is going to simulate, how it's going to work in Maya. So this is the animation file I'm going to be using to test this. What I have the character doing is a sequence of actions that will deform the jacket in a way that lets me know how well it's going to perform. So she does do a burpee. This is not a real animation, it's just poses, and I just focused on timing, just so the timing feels believable. But she moves slow in certain areas, she pauses, so I want to see what it would be like to allow the attire to breathe. And some of the actions are almost stylized animation fast. So I want to see how the jacket will act under those conditions. By the way, I used HIK this time. It's really fast to just set up something with HIK. Did some very lightweight painting. And it's good to have a full production, well, not a production level rig, but a rig that I can use to move a whole bunch of things around to test how this thing's gonna work. Let me do a playblast to show you what this thing looks like. So this is the finished playblast. Yeah, so this is enough of good motion to see how well this thing is going to behave. Okay, so I'm going to set up the file and then I'll come back when everything is set up. All right, so while I was taking a walk, I came up with a sound approach to make all the parts of this jacket work properly. And I'm going to run a quick test to show you what I have in mind. So I'll start with a cylinder that is going to represent the body of the jacket, but I'm actually just going to take it apart. So I'll take away these central pieces and then go to the front view and extract these faces. So I'll go modeling, mesh, extract. So that should separate these two, and they themselves should be also separated again. So I'll go extract. So we should have 3 total pieces. Yeah. And I'm going to add some edge loops to both of them. I'll do multiple edge loops and add maybe 10, should be fine. And I'm going to do the same thing here, add 10 edge loops. 10, these, and 10. Little shading, wireframe and shaded. And these in the center would represent my zipper panels, or the proxies that are going to be controlling the zipper panel. And maybe to further match the environment that I'm going to be actually simulating in, let me add some thickness to this because I know my jacket has some thickness. So I'll do that. Then I'm going to reverse the faces just so I make sure this thing is pointing in the right direction. These will be my panels. This will be the jacket. All right, so I'm going to delete history on these, make sure they don't have any information that cause any problems. And then I'm going to turn them into nCloth objects. So if I go to the FX menu and I go nCloth and I create nCloth, and I'll do the same with these two, and go nCloth, create nCloth. And if I hit play, it should just really fall as expected. Just to simulate a jacket that's being held in place, I'm going to select a handful of these vertices at the back, and I'm going to add a transform constraint. Okay, so if I hit play now, everything should fall with the exception of this thing that's simulating the jacket. And the next thing I'm going to do now is create a component to component constraint that's going to allow this to stay attached to this edge. And I just want to see what it's going to produce. So I select these edges. They're at the same place, which is something, it's going to be somewhat of a problem. Let me go to edge here. Yeah, I might have made this too difficult to select. So I'm going to select this surface. and just move these points a little bit. I don't think it's gonna hurt anything, just a little bit. And I'll be mindful to do that too with the real simulation, just shift the points a little. Okay, so after moving them, now I can select this edge, select that edge. I'll deselect everything I don't want, and I will go constraint, component to component. So that should have created a constraint between these two. Let's see what happens. Yeah, so it stays in place. So this is how the panel is going to stay in place. Let me do the other one and show you how. And that looks like it will move it to location. So let me go edge here, select that. And I'll do another constraint, component to component. So now I should have the two panels fine. And it actually doesn't move to location. So I have to be very careful about making sure that I'm going to determine how it's going to be positioned based off of how my panels are set up. And if I have to change my compartments and make them penetrate a little bit more, I will, because I don't want a gap over there. But this is how I would simulate an open with a zipper open. And to simulate a closed zipper, I'll just do the same with these edges. So I'd grab these edges here. Like that. And then create another component to component constraint. So then this would be sort of like a closed jacket. And let me increase the rigidity of this just a little bit so that it doesn't collapse. So we can see 0.2 rigidity and go. Yeah, so that this would be a closed jacket. And then all I have to do to open it is just disable this constraint. So if I disable the constraint and I go play, then the jacket opens and everything should simulate correctly. Let me reduce that rigidity. It's pretty tough. 0.05. Yeah. So open jacket and enable it for closed jacket. So I'm going to show in sequence how I got to my current simulation. I started playing with rigidity initially, and the problem that presented is that it would fight any kind of movement from the character. I knew better, but I just wanted to try rigidity one more time to see if it would be useful in a case like this where I wanted to hold the volume and the detail a lot more. Then another thing that I realized was that the animation is simply too fast, and nCloth will not give you good feedback. It simply can't keep up with the speed of the animation, especially if your solver settings are not high enough. So one of the first things I did just to get things moving along and to get it simulating was to slow down the animation. So I increased the spacing, and rigidity still didn't offer the type of results that I wanted. It does its best to hold the initial shape and fight any type of extreme deformation. The solution that I eventually ended up counting on was the pressure settings. But initially when I chose pressure, I was unaware of the fact that there were two types of settings for pressure. One of them inflates the mesh in real time. So as time progresses, it will be pumping a certain amount of air in there. And then the other one is a user entered value. So you just enter a pressure amount that you want. And over here, you can clearly see that this thing is swelling and continuously swelling, and that's not what I wanted. Another thing I hadn't realized at this point was that there was somewhat of an issue with the insides of the jacket not being hollow enough to accommodate her body. There's a lot of penetration happening inside, so that was causing a lot of issues. At this point, I had already entered my manual pressure settings and things were behaving a lot better, but a lot of what you're seeing, it not being able to keep up, some of it had to do with how the internal part of this thing is not correctly draping around her torso. So I tried playing around with self-collide with scale, but it obviously didn't fix the problem. It wasn't a self-collision parameter that was causing the problem. It's that there's bad penetration in there. For this one, I started trying to control the forearm area a lot by doing a point to surface constraint to the body, but I chose so many vertices. And this is when I realized how much it slows down the simulation when you have any type of constraint that utilizes a lot of vertices. Just really bogs down the simulation, especially towards the end. As time progresses, it just can't handle it. Each frame could end up taking up to almost 10 minutes, or maybe probably less than that, 5 to 10 minutes to compute. So this is something I discarded. So for this simulation, I had found out about the penetration issues that were happening inside, and I went into ZBrush and I fixed them. And now I was getting a lot better simulation, and things weren't exploding because the body is now colliding with the inside of the jacket properly. But one thing I didn't realize here is that a lot of the penetration was occurring because the solver attributes, the evaluation is not happening as often as it should. So all this movement, the nCloth cannot keep up with the collision. So it wasn't really an issue of increasing solver settings to these really high numbers. So around here, after I had increased solver settings, I realized I was still running into issues, and it's happening because of the hyped up resistance values for compression, stretching, and bending. You have to be very careful with cranking up those values. So I started by reducing my compression resistance, which was very, very high, and it started improving the simulation a little bit more. And then I moved forward and also reduced the bend resistance, which I had hyped up, and things again started getting a lot better. Another issue I was having is you should see around the neck here that there's component to component constraints that allow certain vertices on the neck to control the neck area so it doesn't slide off. So I just had a better selection. I made sure to select all around the neck and all around the neck of the jacket. And so it holds it in place better. And that was something I just needed to do so that this thing didn't flip out and mess up the collisions for the arms. And around this time, this is when I really cranked up the solver settings. Substeps to 12, maximum collision iterations to 10. So now it's really keeping up with the collision system and doing a much better job. All right, so this is the simulation that I stopped on. After a handful of tries, I just cranked up the solver settings to an obscenely high number and went with, let me select my nCloth and showcase it. Went with 24 and 20, very high. And it definitely helped ensure that there was no longer any explosions that would cause the cloth to fly away from the arm in some parts. In this part, for both simulations, whether zipped or unzipped, there's going to be an issue here because I am forcing this thing to do more than is realistically possible. If you try to bring your hand this close to your body when you're wearing this type of an attire, it's not going to compress all the way. So I'm making it do too much here. And in this action, this is a very broad action. It's very tough. There are some penetrations happening that are not desirable, but I'm prepared to troubleshoot them if they should happen. And yeah, something like this too. The hand is coming just too close to the chest. So if I was to hide this, like I'm asking it to do too much. This is not the type of deformation I'll have on the real rig. It would be simulating better. And this is not even a possible action. This is just a quickly assembled animation to test this out. And I use the same methodology that I showcased in that short little test with the cylinder. This is the simulatable nCloth mesh, and this is the panel that holds the zipper compartments. But a component to component constraint is what's holding this compartment to the jacket, just like in the test, and the same here to here. And then I have some additional component to component constraints forcing the inside of the cuff to stick to the hand. And then there's another one that ensures that these vertices pull onto, you can kind of see, you can see the vertices that are being forced to hold this thing up when it tries to fall off. So this is the type of usage of constraints that you can use to control how nCloth behaves. And then another important thing to take into consideration is the strength. This one behaved, so the default strength of 20 was fine. But some of the ones holding the cuff to the wrist and holding the neck in place, I did have to crank it up to get it to behave. Another thing with this particular simulation that is really important is the pressure settings. I mentioned when I go to dynamics here, under the pressure tab, I have a manual pressure setting and I have a pressure of 5. This other option, volume tracking, it continually fills the model with air, and that's not what I wanted. But this is what made me abandon rigidity. Initially, I was counting on rigidity to make this thing hold its form. And another thing I refrain from doing now is toning down the compression resistance. Initially, I had everything cranked up. I don't want this thing to stretch. When it stretches, it looks horrible. So I really want the high number that stops it from stretching. But for bend resistance and compression resistance, I had to be really careful and keep them lower, and that's what forced this thing to behave. The simulation is not perfect, but compared to where I started from, it's heading in the right direction, and I know if I was to animate this for a shot, I could get it to behave very well. And I'm glad that I'm using the wrap deformer approach. So this is, as I mentioned, the low resolution, and everything here, this high resolution, it represents what my final model with the displacement map would be. So it will obviously be a lot cleaner than this, but that means I get to retain all the creasing detail. I'm really glad that I don't have to count on nCloth to hold this seam and this creasing. Wrap deformer is working really well. If I find that it's a little too slow, I'm going to start trying out the proximity wrap because I heard that's a lot better. And the zipper is right now wrap deformed to that compartment, that low poly compartment. But for the real asset, I won't be doing that. I will probably be using it's called I think it's under rigging. I use it for to hold most of my zippers and things in place. I think it's either a point to poly or a rivet. There's actually a handful of them. I start a proximity pin. It's a proximity pin. So that's what will hold the zipper in place on the final model. And there's another nCloth constraint, which I'm hoping to rely on to allow me to zip it up and down, but I'm not sold on it yet. I'm going to try it out. It's called slide on surface. And the way it's deforming, it's actually correct. If you look at the reference that I modeled this from, this is the way it behaves when you're moving and you have it on. And it's really loose and takes on a life of its own. This is a pretty challenging thing to get to behave with nCloth, so I'll have a lot of work to do. The closed one, you can also ignore this. This is not how. I'm going to have to come up with a better solution. It might come down to ensuring that this really crank up the stretch resistance on these panels so that they don't stretch at all. But yet again, this zipper is going to be proximity pin, so it's not going to stretch like this. But this is an example of what it would feel like if the character had it zipped up. This one is a little bit more troublesome. As soon as it hit the pelvis, it just came apart. I'm really going to rely on proxy meshes that represent the volume of this jacket on the rig, because none of these nCloth assets are going to be accessible to the rig whilst I'm animating. So I'm going to count on proxy meshes that let me know what volume it occupies. So things like this wouldn't happen. I wouldn't animate and then have her hand this close to her body, which would cause this kind of explosion. And I chose to stop the test here because it's a few hours. It takes a fairly long time to cache this stuff. So I wanted to keep things moving along, but this was a good test and it let me know a lot of things. One of the things I might even consider is I was thinking about thinning out the volume of the hands, but I really like this look. It's a really cool look. So I'm really interested in making it work for the character. All right, so in this lesson, I was able to finish this jacket. I want to mention that a lot of these clothing sculpts that I'm doing are not really polished. They look somewhat, they all look like they're in need of some degree of polish, some more than others. Before I start baking maps and UVing and taking stuff to Substance Painter, I will be adding the bit of polish that's needed, and I'll probably be polishing throughout the UV and texturing process. So even though they look as is. They will be taken to finish. For the next lesson where we deal with her stuff, I will be going for this fit. I'll try to get everything in there, and the ornaments too. If I can get the ornaments for this fit, I'll move them into this section for the sunglasses. Fairly complicated asset, but then that way I can just put all the hard surface models into one lesson. But in the next lesson of this course, I will be dealing with these two items for him. I hope to be able to finish these two items: baggy hoodie and the sweatshirt.